Good evening, everybody. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Hope you're all doing well. Big news today. Big Silent Hill news today. Everybody excited for Silent Hill F? I mean, I was already excited just from the trailers and stuff that we've seen so far. But during Sony's State of Play, we got the release date trailer. So we know the actual release date. It's going to be September 25th or September 23rd if you pre-order the deluxe edition, which of course I'm going to have to fucking do yet again. Just like with Silent Hill 2 Remake. But I hope everybody's doing well. What's up, everyone? That boy Bob. The boy Bob, thank you so much for the bits. 100 biddies from Bob. Thank you, Bob. Glad to catch another stream. Glad you could be here for another one. Really appreciate it. Hey, what's up, Legate? What's going on, Nora? Hey, Will Boy. How's it going, Tassadul? Hey, Prod Chaussee. What's up, Shadow Noises? Alex Fire King, what's up? Haven't watched the new F trailer yet. Curious your first impressions? Well, we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it together. And I'm gonna go through and analyze stuff. But so far, for the most part, I like what I see. Hey, Sculler. Am I facing the doll monster movement through the entire trailer? Yeah. Hey, Stoner Gohan. Hey, Newman. Not doing very well. I'm sorry to hear that, Tassadul. I'm still dealing with some of my own stuff, but that's all right. Silent Hill F news has got me dealing with it, pushing through it. It's got me excited. What's up, Dog Syrup? Voice changed like 60%. What happened? I don't know, dude. I've got a vocal range. Sometimes I'm a lot more tired and my medication is kicking my ass and my voice is a little sleepier and slower and lower. Sometimes there's new Silent Hill news and it's a little bit higher and more excited. Try recording your own voice every day, day after day after day, as often as like a streamer or a content creator, YouTuber, anybody does stuff. Your voice changes too. You just notice it when it's other people more. What's up, Twerk? Silent Hill Ascension Remastered. God, I hope not. Hey, Kabi-sama. I think I got the deluxe edition of Silent Hill 2 Remake at discount, maybe even cheaper than the normal edition through one of those key sites. I don't do stuff through key sites because a lot of those are not legit. Even the ones that kind of claim to be more legit or whatever. A lot of times those are stolen codes or people who are... Yeah, there's too much shady shit like that. And here's the thing. I like the Silent Hill games, and I want to support them. So, I buy my stuff through legit means, because that shows Konami, hey, people will buy these things. Keep making good Silent Hill stuff. That's the message we want to send. When something is bad, don't support it. When something is good, support it. That's how that works. I do hate that, like, early access is tied to deluxe editions and shit like that. I kind of wish that was not a thing. I kind of wish there was no early access, that the game just came out at the same time for everyone, regardless of how you buy it. But, you know. I'm gonna do what I gotta do. As a streamer, as a YouTuber, as a Silent Hill fan, I'm gonna try and get them streams to you 2 days early. With the bunny costumes and alternate outfits. All that extra stuff. Hey Jaden. Surprised the release date was so close. It was definitely closer than I thought it would be. September. End of September. Just a little bit under a year since Silent Hill 2 Remake released. So that's pretty awesome. How's it going, One Eye? My fellow three-dog brother. Hey, Kikyo. You did. You made it to the very beginning of a stream. We're going to be going over the Silent Hill F trailer today, and then going into the Silent Hill 2 cam hack. Looks like it's going to be combat heavy. It's a gameplay trailer. Do you think it's going to be more interesting to show the gameplay where you're just walking around and solving puzzles? Or do you think it's going to be more interesting to show the gameplay where you're whacking doll monsters with weapons? I think it's a little too early to start judging that kind of thing. A little 3-minute slice of a trailer is not going to be indicative of, like, a game that's going to be 10, 15, 20 hours long or whatever. Streamer access. He's after the cosmetics. I'm after all of it. The early access, the cosmetics, the bonus items. Because I'm gonna make... I'm like gonna learn everything that I can about the game. I'm gonna do everything in the game that is possible. I still haven't gotten around to everything with Silent Hill 2 Remake. But that's kind of my whole thing. As a fan and just as somebody who sort of revolves around Silent Hill for a living. I want to be able to share all that stuff with you guys. And I want to see it all for myself. I don't want to miss out on anything. Hey, Official Game Channel. Be watching you stream it day one, but yeah, capitalism is lame sometimes. Yeah, that's how it works. We're Silent Hill fans, Nub. You know we would be happy with walking around and solving puzzles. Here's the difference, Legate. We're old Silent Hill fans, okay? Old Silent Hill fans are absolutely fine walking around and solving puzzles. A trailer that just shows that absolutely appeals to the, like, 30-year-old and up Silent Hill fan crowd. But that's not who Konami's trying to market this game to. This is for the new fans. This is for the people who haven't played anything except for, like, the last 2 Resident Evil games in terms of horror. This is for the teens and 20-somethings who were, like, barely even born when Silent Hill Downpour came out. This is for to appeal to a different generation. And if you're not going around beating up creepy monsters in a spooky town, there's a lot of people who aren't going to buy the game if they don't see that. So you gotta think about the mentality from the production side of things, from the marketing side of things, not just from the standpoint of an old, bitter, jaded Silent Hill fan like me, or like some of you. What's up, dirty fucking water? Glad you enjoy it. I'm in enemy territory. I'm 21. Exactly. Exactly. You weren't even alive when Silent Hill started as a franchise. So your opinions don't count here. I'm kidding. But, like, the mentality is definitely different. The mentality is definitely different. Standards for video games were different back then. People who've been a fan since the beginning are going to have a very different take on stuff compared to people who play it just casually, or people who just got into the games, like, recently. There's a whole lot of people who just started becoming Silent Hill fans with Silent Hill 2 Remake. A lot of people. That was their first entry into this entire franchise. So have to accept those things. Hey, Yami. It was definitely my speakers. This is still your voice for sure. Like I said, Dog Syrup, I've got a vocal range, and your voice changes over time. My voice is not the same every day. Nobody's voice is. Like I said, do an experiment. Record your own voice every day for like a month or two. You'll have days, depending on what time of day you record, if it was before or after you just ate or drank. As somebody who used to sing and perform and do like studio musician work, understanding your vocal tone and your range was something that I had to get accustomed to. But like, it's the same if you go back and you watch old VODs of mine. If you watch a playthrough that I did last year, and a playthrough that I did 5 years ago, and a playthrough that I did 8 years ago, and a playthrough that I did 10 years ago, like, you can tell from the way I talk and my inflections on things that it's still me. But my voice changes. Like I said, everyone's does. You just notice it more when it's somebody who you listen to often. When it's a content creator, a YouTuber, a streamer, a game show host, celebrity, people who you hear every day or hear very often, you're going to notice it more than like your own voice. Our brains tend to tune out our own voice, how it sounds, especially to others. Your voice doesn't sound the same in your own head the way it does coming out of your mouth and going into someone else's ears. Anyway. Still me. Voice might be a little different, your speakers might be a little different. Lots of factors go into it. But we're still going to do the same nerding out over Silent Hill that we always do today. Let's get the trailer going. And check out Silent Hill F, the new gameplay, the release date trailer. Did I not record it correctly? That would be funny. There it is. I always make sure to record these things because sometimes Konami likes to go in and take trailers down or change them or things like that. Pure Wexford Beef, thank you so much for the 7 months. Morning, Nub. Hope you're getting on well. Thanks for the camera hack streams. They're great fun. Thank you, Wex. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support. Glad you could be here for another one. Before we get into the cam hack, though, we're going to be looking at Silent Hill F's brand new gameplay and release date trailer that just dropped a few hours ago during State of Play. And Christophonics, thank you so much for the 26 months. Appreciate the resub. Welcome back. This will be my last subiversary. I'm changing to a streaming account. Good luck, have fun, starting over. I mean, you can change your username. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life on Twitch, though. I definitely understand wanting to make it like a separate account altogether. Do you voice a secret character in the game, Nub? No. No, I do not. Unfortunately, Konami has never, ever replied to any of my... They won't even send me stuff. They won't even give me free shit. Let alone respond to my game pitches. I've sent them pitches for ideas and consultant work with willingness to relocate to Japan or California for their US offices or anything that they need from me. They leave me on red. I've tried. I have tried. Alright, for some reason the OBS update made it so that window capture does not work with this anymore. I think I can just do display capture. There we go. All right. Let's check the volume on this. So quiet. Be louder. I'm fixing. 1 second. Okay. So, Silent Hill F. New gameplay trailer and release date was shown during State of Play. We're going to watch it through once, and then I'm going to go through it a second time, pausing and going frame by frame and looking at stuff and analyzing things, kind of giving my thoughts on it. So here we go. First watch through of the new Silent Hill F release date trailer.
Sakuko, どこ行くの？こっち通るの珍しいね。今は誰かと喋りたくて。私も後から行くね。うん。じゃあね。裏切り者。足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないなんて、こんなの絶対に変。誰もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうろつき回ってるし。いや、ひなこ。どこにいるの？ひなこはいいよね。何でも持ってる。そんなあんたがいなくなってくれるんだからせいせいする。一人は嫌だよ。寂しいよ。ずっと一緒だよって約束したよね。暗いのは嫌。一人ぼっちは嫌。作子。裏切り者。
So, September 25th, 2025. We'll finally get to play Silent Hill F 2 days early if you pre-order. Get the deluxe edition. But it's looking pretty good. I like a lot of the visual elements. I know a lot of people, again, I already know the common complaints, and it's stuff that I myself have brought up in past streams and talking about this with some of the other games, like and things that have released, like Silent Hill Ascension, where there is a big push with the new Silent Hill games to sort of break away from strictly taking place in the town of Silent Hill, Maine. And I know that rubs a lot of fans the wrong way. I myself have my own kind of issues with that because, like, the town has always been it's the name of the games. It's Silent Hill. And there is definitely that mindset for a lot of fans where they just completely reject this because it's like, oh, it's just something else. It's Japanese horror, and they just slap the Silent Hill name on it. And I disagree with that mindset. I do hope that there is something in the story to sort of tie it back into some pre-established lore. I would like it if there is a way that it somehow connects. But at the end of the day, if it's a good horror game, that is what I, as a horror fan, would really, really like. And you've had games in the series, Silent Hill 3, you have the other world taking place outside of the town due to Heather and Claudia's sort of roles in that game. You start Silent Hill 3 not in Silent Hill. You don't, excuse me, you don't go to Silent Hill until like halfway through Silent Hill 3. So Silent Hill 3 gives reasons for why things Silent Hill like are happening outside of the town. Same thing for Silent Hill 4, which does not take place in Silent Hill. It takes place in South Ashfield Heights. And even the times where you sort of go to Silent Hill, you go to like the orphanage and the woods, you're not actually physically going there. You're going into Walter's memories, Walter's recreation of those things, those places, because they were significant to him in his memory. And Walter has such a strong tie to the town himself that by performing his rituals, the 21 sacraments, he's allowing many of those Silent Hill-esque things to happen away from the town. So there's reasoning behind it. They tie back into the town itself, even though they don't take place in the town or they happen outside of the town. My problem is with stuff like Silent Hill Ascension and The Short Message, where it's like, in Short Message, there's one note that mentions Silent Hill, just to establish the Silent Hill phenomenon. And I think a big reason why Short Message came out before this other stuff was just to establish that fact, that the Silent Hill phenomenon is a thing, and that other worlds, not necessarily Silent Hill as a location, but the other world as a concept, is something that can occur potentially anywhere. And that's what they were trying to establish with that Silent Hill phenomenon note in Silent Hill: The Short Message. And then Silent Hill Ascension follows along in that, where it's taking place in, you know, different parts of the world, not in the town at all. Never mentions the town. The words Silent Hill are never even spoken in all of Silent Hill Ascension. None of the characters are from there or have ever been there. So Ascension is one of those examples where it feels like it was strictly just a name. They just slapped a Silent Hill name on something that did not feel like Silent Hill. This doesn't feel that way. This definitely feels like people who are aware of the series, people who are aware of the other world, people who are taking into consideration the previous games, but wanting to set that thing, that concept of the other world, somewhere else. So we'll see. We'll see how much it actually connects. If it is just, again, in name only, or if they connect it through some story element. But again, at the end of the day, I would like a good horror game. I like Japanese horror. I like Japanese style horror. So we'll see. There's only so much we can figure out and piece together from what we've seen so far. But September 25th or September 23rd if you pre-order the deluxe edition, we'll find out. So let's go back through this a little bit more fine-tuned.
サクコ、どこ行くの？こっち通るの珍しいね。今は誰かと喋りたくて。私も後から行くね。うん。じゃあね。裏切り者。
So she's just looking for someone to talk to.
じゃあね。
And they really keep bringing up this recurring theme of calling her a traitor. Which I think may be some of the kanji we're seeing here. I love the sound design. The like ritual wailing and sort of throat singing almost aspect. I really like the music and sound design that we're getting from this so far. Everyone's gone, even my grandmother, and she can barely walk. Just looking at some of these visuals. Of course, we've got all of the flowers. The higambana. Very specific sort of meaning to those flowers, representing the afterlife. So there's some aspect of, is the main character dead? Is there some... There's a lot to speculate on. There's a lot to speculate on. Do we know if Akira Yamaoka is involved? Yamaoka is involved. Alex Fire King, you'll have to go back and watch on my YouTube channel when we reviewed the trailer and stuff that was released with the last Silent Hill transmission. They literally brought Yamaoka on to talk about it. But yeah, Yamaoka is doing the Fog World music. Ryukishi did do a whole visual novel that involves Higanbana. So Ryukishi 07, who is most known for Higurashi no Naku Koro ni and the Where They Cry series, also did an entire manga series about Higanbana, the same flowers. I have not read it, but it is something that Ryukishi is familiar with, has made work on before. Again, this is some stuff that I've talked about in the last Silent Hill transmission trailer review, so I'm not going to get too much into it again. We've already done that in a previous video. And we've got multiple people experiencing creatures and fog and higambana. It doesn't seem to be strictly our protagonist. We're seeing these other characters as well. Here we get a little bit of walking around gameplay, walking around this this city. Man, I really should have brought up all of my Silent Hill F notes, because the locations are based on a real place in Japan. Let me see if I can pull some of that info up. So the fictional town is Ebisugaoka. Ebisugaoka is like what they made up for the game, but they really heavily inspired it, or it was inspired by Kanayama in Japan. Like, so this was again stuff that I covered in the last video, but they took photos and video, recreated a lot of stairs and alleyways and locations from this actual place in Japan. They even set up microphones around the town to capture the ambient sounds of like the rivers and the local birds and wildlife and the wind. So a lot of the actual ambient sound and everything that you're hearing in the game is taken from Kanayama itself. So very, very interesting. And then we get the doll designs. The eyes are like melted out. There's cuts and wounds all over them, but they still have the like connecting doll joint sort of design to them. I really like these dolls. Mannequins are one of those things that kind of wound up becoming something of a staple in the Silent Hill series, for better or worse. I feel like mannequins, just as like a humanoid sort of resembling thing that is lifeless itself but still resembles a person, or has human-like qualities to it, is something that's just sort of inherently creepy to us. It triggers some part of the human psyche where we're like, this looks like a person, but I know it is not one. But I like the way it's sort of designed. Even the cuts across the lips are very Kuchisakeona, the slit mouth woman ghost folklore that is popular in Japan. Look at that butt, and like the material that it's made of. It looks like it would be a mannequin, but it's like fleshy. It has those. It has the flaps. It's got the terry flaps, the terry folds, these gross little flesh flaps as part of it. Like a wax doll, kinda. But yeah, parts of it seem almost melted in its design. Really, really creepy design. I love it. yeah, here we can see, again, sort of the ball joint design with the slots and everything in it. The way dolls are designed so that they can actually move and twist and be posed. But it's treated like a broken doll. The joints are not correctly aligned. It's all bent up. The movement. I love just the movement. And it comes flying off that back area. Look at that. It's like the Silent Hill 2 mannequins, the OG Silent Hill 2 mannequins on Nathan Avenue that come flying from over the guardrails. We got these doll enemies just launching themselves off of higher elevations. Looks like sort of grab type of attack. Yeah, you can see she gets hit in the first sequence, and then in this sequence she's grabbed and like pushes the enemy back. Some sort of grapple. Which, again, we'll see how that sort of stuff works out. Probably not too dissimilar from how enemies could grab and latch on to James in Silent Hill 2 Remake. This is something that we've already seen in that game, with mannequins jumping on you and James having to fight them off, and then they do a quadruple backflip. I will say, I don't mind things being combat heavy. I really don't mind things being a little bit more combat heavy if that's how they wind up being. But there's a little aspect here that's in other action-y games that I've played that never quite feels right to me. You see that little, like, stun? Everything when your weapon hits, there's like an impact and everything kind of stops or slows way down for a second with each impact. That feels a little weird. I'm not a fan of that in other games. If you're going to do this type of combat, I would rather it be fluid, especially considering how fluid the rest of the motion and animations and everything are. That's to create impact. I mean, I get that. I understand the purpose for it. But it feels a little bit out of place compared to everything else. It's one of those things that maybe I'll get used to it. Maybe it won't be as distracting in the moment of playing through all of this. But yeah, it's like I could see that being a thing from the dolls, like mannequin enemies, because they have those herky jerky, doll movement, like almost stop motion type animations. Them hitting you and like sort of stopping for those impact moments would make more sense than you hitting them. Do you get what I mean? Like, it feels a little backwards. And it's not too bad. It's not as noticeable as it is in some other games. it feels a little bit strange. Then we got this big thing grabbing and pulling towards it. Very insane cancer-esque. As soon as I saw this thing the first time, I'm like, we've got the big round body, the big sort of round shape to it, but no head, or a very, very small kind of growth for the head, very stumpy, like legs and arms. To me, that is very like Silent Hill 3 Insane Cancer, which I love that enemy design in Silent Hill 3. Having this kind of inspired creature from that design with all the higambana and flowers and things growing on it, now wielding whatever that big blade is. It's interesting. I like it. I like this enemy design. The detail on this. So this looks like not just a grapple. This looks like being dead. That looks like when you get hit by something that kills you. Because look at this. And also a variation on the enemy. This one is all like bruised. Coloration and stuff's a little bit different from the other ones that we just saw. So again, kind of seeing same enemy types with little variations to some of their design. And yeah, the blade cutting into the wrist like that. Super creepy. Very visceral. But this feels like a unique death scene. So this is something that I would hope is in the game. This is one of the few things that I would say that I like about a game like Silent Hill Homecoming. Homecoming had a few instances like this, where if you died to particular enemies, and even then they had to be doing specific attacks, you got these unique death animations. You could see Alex get like ripped in half by certain enemies, the schisms. And certain things would trigger like very specific death animations. So if we get these really gruesome, visceral death animations from enemies and certain attacks, I think that would be really cool. But yeah, this one just particularly gory. See, and then that last stab impact, and they sort of transition it into this little bit of Hanako waking up. But maybe that's gonna do us. Maybe this is all one scene. I feel like it's edited from certain parts of gameplay and then certain parts of story that are not normally connected this way. For the sake of the trailer, a lot of stuff is going to be like that. But it could also be very similar to like Silent Hill 1, where you're supposed to die in your nightmare sequence. You have your initial nightmare, and that's what we could be seeing. Hanako and her friends start seeing monsters, start seeing creepy stuff. She runs away. She falls into that little alley where she's suddenly alone, starts getting pursued by these creatures, fights them for a little bit, but then gets killed by the one that we just saw, and cut to her waking up somewhere, which, again, goes hand in hand with how Silent Hill 1 starts off. Silent Hill 3 starts off that way. So it'll be interesting to see the way all of that actually plays out. How edited this all is. But you can see this is why I'm not sure, because you can see like her clothing and stuff is already teared, like it's already torn and ripped up. She's already got blood on her hands and wrists, where this seems more like it's just kind of an out of context edit for some other cutscene where she actually is fighting things. She is already like worn down from being attacked.
ひなこどこにいるの？ひなこはいい
Must be great to be you, Hinako. So we have kind of an element of jealousy playing in with our dialogue. People calling her a traitor, people seemingly jealous of her. So again, little thematic elements to try to keep in mind for the story overall. I don't want to speculate too much on it because I'm probably going to make a fool of myself being horribly wrong about any predictions I try to make once it comes out, but little things I'm trying to keep in my mind for when the game comes out and sort of the mindset to have as we interpret visuals and dialogue and everything else. And again, just from a visual standpoint, seeing the sort of swamplands here, kind of like an abandoned crop or field with all of the quote unquote scarecrows sticking out, and all in school uniforms. Again, going back to the writer, Ryukishi07 really sort of uses the student age for a lot of the like the Higurashi series, and for a lot of his writing. Really likes that aspect of Japanese culture and Japanese schools, which, you know, especially for the time setting, you know, this is going to be in Japan in the 60s. There's going to definitely be some aspects of the culture and kind of the social life of being a Japanese student, especially, you know, a female Japanese student back during those times. I'm curious to see, again, how all of those aspects kind of tie in with our characters and our story itself. But we see male students here as well. So again, just trying to keep all these little details and things in mind. All the wrappings, these ropes, these are all potentially weapons. What are these called? Give me a second looking things up. Kusarigama? Or a joyo? Joyo? Which is essentially just like a rope dart or a rope javelin. It's something that has been utilized in, I mean, historically in Japan, but in a lot of games and things like that as well. But they've also got like scythes and sickles stuck in them. So various different weapons and things that they'll be attacking with. Again, we can see kind of like the bale of, I was going to say hay, but I don't know if it's necessarily hay. Again, a lot of this could be rice, if they're out in a rice field. And you can even see what looks to be like a doll or something sitting on top of it with some more higambana flowers. Again, just the poses, the designs of all of these creatures, the way the legs, you can see it looks almost like roots. Like there's a lot of that connection with the flowers and with plants, it feels like, in general. Things just sort of growing directly out of people, corpses. You can see it does like a zoom in when you go to examine. You also have this aspect, which was shown in previous trailers, where characters' faces play a big role. And we've seen multiple things sort of indicative of faces being cut off or peeled off or removed. Probably a symbolic, metaphorical sense, but also in a somewhat literal sense as well. But again, thematically, we see these like lines of separation for faces on a lot of the enemies and things like that. But yeah, these blades, these like farming tools and scythes that they're using. Not only does she have this one in her hand, you can see the handle where there's one stuck in her back. And I'm curious if that'll be utilized in some of the attacks. She pulls something out. It's like a little dart with this kind of white widening aspect to it. It's hard to tell if that's meant to be like a syringe that was injecting her with something, or it could be a dart with a note, like a scroll wrapped around it. Another location here looks to be a Japanese school. Again, more of these same enemies, that same rope binding up their limbs, all the same uniforms and things as well. Some of these visuals where there's these vines, these red connecting threads, which is also a big part of Japanese culture when concerning things like destiny and fate, through a red thread or a red string connecting the higambana, but stringing up these corpses or mannequins, whatever they're intended to be. Can also see some photos and things in the environment. So of course, we're going to be taking a close look at all the environments and everything when this game comes out, comparing a lot of these images. These could be pictures of Kanayama, which would probably be, since they are using that town very heavily to influence Ebisugaoka for the game, very likely we'll find a lot of maybe historical photos and things of Kanayama around the environments, so that Silent Hill F cam hack playthrough will definitely happen at some point. It's Unreal Engine again, yeah, so cam hack is probably going to be available like very soon after release. Ooh. That animation of the one coming out of the hallway. Boom. Immediately out there and swinging on you. Gonna have a lot of very sudden moments going from slow walking and exploration into sudden combat. Which again, pacing wise, that's kind of similar to Silent Hill 2 Remake. A lot of moments where you're just kind of walking around and doing your thing, and then there's a mannequin hiding or something like that that just kind of jumps you. But yeah, I'm loving the school hallways, the higambana, the red threads and everything connecting everywhere. Multiple enemies pursuing here, chasing down the stairs. She's got the pipe. She's got the pipe, ready to fight them off. And it looks like, I'm just looking at all these little details. That attack, does the body... I was trying to see if the whole torso is twisting around. Like, is the enemy spinning around completely, like from their feet, or is just their torso rotating? Again, all these super unnatural, doll-like movements. Really, really like that effect. Are those sickles? Yeah, because we did see them in the previous shot in what appears to be like a rice field. So they've got farming implements as weapons. Again, her clothes and stuff are already torn and ripped up. I'm curious if that's going to be an ongoing thing throughout the game. If that's going to be it's going to be like Parasite Eve 3 where Aya's clothes get more and more torn up depending on how well you're doing through combat. Anybody remember Parasite Eve 3? Not the greatest game, but it had some stuff to it, I guess. Got the traditional sort of Japanese entryway to the school. This is most likely where you would be near an exit or an entrance where you've got all these little areas to put your shoes and get your wabaki, your slippers for while you walk around school. Again, I don't know how I feel about these little hit stun things. It feels like it's something that the enemies should be doing and not the player character. Because that kind of goes in line with their doll-like motions, and it would also kind of add those little opportunities where you get hit and have a moment to react as a player, rather than having everything suddenly stop every time you connect with a hit. I get that it's for that visual emphasis of impact, but it feels like it's just a little bit too much. Very minor, nitpicky thing, but... Now, it does make me wonder if that plays into the combat system, if there's going to be... I hate to say it. I hate to even bring up this comparison. But you know what Silent Hill game had combat with that type of slowdown hit stun? Silent Hill Book of Memories on the PlayStation Vita, the fucking dungeon crawler, because it was part of the combat mechanics in that game, where if you would tap the button to attack again at the moment where your weapon impacted and everything slowed down, it would give you a combo, and you could do a combo so many times in a row, and there was basically an insta-kill move that you would get after comboing multiple times in a row. So, yeah, it might be tied into the combat system. Hopefully it feels better or smoother than Book of Memories. It looks better. Oh, you can even see some of the stuff posted on the lockers here. Kind of looks like someone standing up, similar to the scarecrows out in the field, the enemies out in the field. Combos and Silent Hill, such an iconic duo. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of, I like, from a developer standpoint, what would you do, right? Because in a modern setting for a modern audience, you're sort of expected to have good combat. You figure the majority of people who are new to the franchise never played a Silent Hill game before. They've only played Silent Hill 2 Remake, and then they're going to play this. They're going to expect combat to a certain degree, and they're going to want that to be good to a certain degree. Whereas, like, again, if you're an old, bitter, jaded Silent Hill fan like me, you're fine with like clunky Silent Hill 1 combat. Like, let me stand there with my fucking utility hammer and just let things run at me while I repeat the same exact animation over and over and just annihilate anything that walks towards me. Like, combat has never been the drawing point to a Silent Hill game for me. It's always just been a means to an end. Like, it's a horror game, so some combat is expected. I don't play them for the combat. I don't care. Like, there's stuff I can nitpick about, and we can sit and compare it to new Silent Hill, old Silent Hill all day, but when you're trying to develop a game for a new audience, for a new generation of people who don't know the original games, don't know that stuff, and as far as like their experience with horror is probably fairly limited for younger generation. Again, they might know Silent Hill 2 Remake and like some of the Resident Evil remakes, and that's probably about it. So we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. I'm more curious about the story. I'm more curious about the environments and the characters. All of that stuff takes priority in my mind, way before I start worrying about combat. The only reason combat is going to come into the equation is if it's so bad that it becomes annoying or frustrating. If it's bad enough to start distracting me from like how cool an enemy design is or how much exploration I get to do, or things like that, that'll be a problem. And to me, it doesn't look that bad. Like, I don't like the little hit stun aspect stuff of it, but other than that, it looks fine. It looks serviceable. But again, if you're playing these games for the combat, I think you're going about them all wrong. We have a lake. We have a lake with some hills. There it is. Could be anywhere. Could be anywhere. We've also got Japanese man. We have a clock that's not 10 past 9 in 15 seconds. I've just been pointing that out so much in the cam hack playthrough lately. Can't help but notice. Look at the clock. Try and notice all the clocks. Are they all set to the same time? Again, our kanji here. See. I'm not so good. I'm not fluent in Japanese. I've spent a lot of time studying it, but kanji is not my strong suit. Let me see if I can translate. Okay. Usoda. It is just Usoda. So like the hiragana for da, I could see. Gotta raise your weeb level. Dude, the weeb level to step up and start learning kanji is quite steep. Hiragana and katakana, I'm good with. Kanji, I'm sorry. There's so much of it, and a lot of it is literally just memorize it. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But yeah. Usoda. Usoda. That's a lie, is what it says.
暗いのは嫌。
Again, just some of these ritual altars, all the visuals. Willboy says, I blame Homecoming for people assuming a Silent Hill game having combat with some depth is a bad thing. Well, I mean, Homecoming's not the best example for that, is there? Because you say having combat with some depth, and I mean, Homecoming tried to, because you've got dodging and counter attacks where you can block and then immediately do an attack afterwards, and different combos with light and heavy attacks that changes depending on what weapon you have. The problem with Homecoming is it boils down to you take out your knife and you do light, 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 heavy, and you win the game. Because none of the rest of the depth matters when you have one weapon with one combo that stun locks everything and just works the entire game. That they tried to have depth, but unfortunately, like, it wasn't balanced correctly. So you might be right with the association thing, where people just associate like combat that is anything more than hold down ready weapon button, press attack button when enemy gets close. Like anything more in depth than that is a bad thing, thanks to Origins, Homecoming, Downpour. But yeah. Again, I don't have a problem with combat. Again, that's not what I care about when it comes to Silent Hill. As long as the combat serves its purpose, it doesn't become overbearing or annoying or frustrating that takes away from other aspects of the game, then I'll be fine with it.
一人ぼっちは嫌。
And then she busts out the naginata. the the traditional Japanese blade spear weapon. I like the variety. I like the little bit of weapon variety that we see, and some of that was also leaked early with the game rating. So there were descriptions for the weapons when it came time for the game to be rated, and a lot of that information was leaked months and months ago. So there wasn't any mention of firearms. It mentioned like blunt objects and knives and swords and spears, but we didn't get any mention of like guns, which again, 60s Japan, firearms, even today, like firearms are not something super common the way that they are in other parts of the world, especially in like the United States. It's a little bit more believable when you have a game series set in the United States that you would just go around finding guns in random places, as opposed to 1960s Japan being a schoolgirl. It's way less likely you're just going to stumble across a gun. But we'll see. Same hair as the girl earlier, Sakuko. So like we're seeing people in Hanako's life being depicted as these bosses or these creatures as you're progressing. Again, little character elements, story elements that I'm trying to pick up on for when the game comes out. With that hole right through. And you see all the like gory inside, all the little muscles and strands, which are again very similar to the red thread and higambana that we've been seeing. And she's got one of those big like oni clubs. The big like spiked oni club. God, what are these called? Tetsubo? Is that it? Or yeah, Tetsubo? But I was or Kanabo. Phoenix of the Light says, looks like a keyhole. It is a very distinct, like, hourglass looking shape. Trying to see it a little bit better from this view. I love the like light streak halo thing coming out from behind her head. Something that you would see in a lot of like artistic classic artwork to depict spirits or angels or people who have passed on. The eyes are like all fucked up. The mouth is all busted open with those sort of vine or root like tendrils coming out. It's her spidey senses. It is kind of a little bit of a Spider-Man spidey sense. So yeah, Silent Hill F. And man, I like what I'm seeing so far. Also, for everybody looking at the consoles, PS5, Xbox Series X and S, it's going to be on Steam. We're going to get mods. It's going to be on Windows, Epic Store, being developed, of course, by Neobards. And it's Unreal Engine. So again, we'll have that Steam and Unreal Engine. We're going to get that cam hack like day one. So expecting a lot of great mods and stuff. Also, let's show some other stuff that we've got here. So there's your breakdown of what you get for each of the different ways to purchase. Standard edition, nothing but the full game. Standard edition, physical or download early purchase or pre-order gets you the full game the white sailor school uniform, an in-game item, Omamori Peony, and an item pack. The deluxe edition gets you the full game, the digital art book, the digital soundtrack, and the pink rabbit costume. Wonder who the pink rabbit could be? Oh, I'll show you. I'll show you. Just a moment. We've got more pictures after this. Deluxe edition pre-order download, full game, digital artwork, digital soundtrack, pink rabbit costume, white sailor school uniform, the Omamori Peony, the item pack, and your 48-hour early access, which means that's what I'm getting right there, the deluxe edition pre-order. And then you can also upgrade your standard edition to deluxe in order to get the digital art book, the soundtrack, and the pink rabbit costume. So that is this. If you get the deluxe edition, you get the full game, the digital art book, the digital soundtrack, and the pink rabbit costume. As a fan of Dead by Daylight since the very beginning, we finally get Bunny Fong. We get the proper Bunny Fong outfit. It's cute. It's adorable. I'm probably gonna do like, I don't know, 10 playthroughs before I ever wear it for a follow-up playthrough, but was expecting it to come with the mask. Nope, we just get the little bunny ears on the headband. It's adorable. Here is the standard edition with the early purchase or pre-order bonuses. So there's the white sailor school uniform variation, along with the Omamori item and your item pack. No idea what your items are going to be. It's just going to be like in-game supplies, I assume. Your heals and whatever they wind up doing. We'll find out. I wonder if it's going to be like a limited save system and you need items to like save your game, similar to Resident Evil. But yeah, little white variation on the school uniform. And then there is the full deluxe edition pre-order. If you want to get all of the stuff, this is what I'll be getting. So, digital art book. I'm looking forward to that digital art book because, again, even though it's not Masahiro Ito, I like a lot of the design of it, which clearly there was some collaboration or sharing of ideas or taking inspiration from each other, because Ito designed the Sakura Blossom enemy for Silent Hill: The Short Message, which sort of started bringing this flower and plant horror aspect into the Silent Hill theme. And it looks like they kind of ran with that with the Higambana. I don't know if that was just coincidence or what, because again, Ito's not involved with this one. So either way, definitely want to get that art book. You get the digital soundtrack. Again, I'm loving the sound design and the little snippets of music that we've already got. Akira Yamaoka is going to be the composer for some of the music. So the Fog World music is supposed to be composed by Akira Yamaoka. So we're still getting Yamaoka doing like half the soundtrack. The other half of the soundtrack, the Otherworld soundtrack, is being done by Kensuke Inage. And I'm really curious how that's going to shape up because Kensuke Inage has a very, very colorful, like, music career. He makes all sorts of music. I mean, to be fair, so does Yamaoka. Yamaoka makes a lot of like techno and dance music for Bemani, Konami's rhythm game division. So like Dance Dance Revolution and Guitar Freaks and stuff like that. Beatmania, Poppin' Music. Yamaoka's made a lot of weird stuff outside of just the Silent Hill stuff that he's most known for. Kensuke Inage, many of you who are fans of the Yakuza series would probably best know Kensuke Inage as the composer for the song Friday Night. Yeah. It's also just kind of a meme. Like, I don't play the Yakuza games, but I know that song because of memes. That song was done by the guy who's going to be composing music for Silent Hill F. So I'm really curious to see what he does. But so far, the little snippets of music and audio and everything that we've heard from trailers seems good. Of course, you get your pink rabbit costume, your white sailor school outfit. So variation of the costumes, your in-game items, and of course the 48-hour early access so that I can stream this for you all September 23rd instead of September 25th. So much about this game feels like a Fatal Frame game, but like in a good way. I mean, it's inevitably going to draw those comparisons just for being sort of traditional Japanese setting, right? It's Japan in the 60s. So it feels very in line with stuff like Fatal Frame or Kuon. It feels a little bit closer time period wise to something like Kuon. Or Siren, which was made by Keiichiro Toyama, who directed Silent Hill 1. So there was already kind of some connecting fibers there between Silent Hill and Siren. But again, it's that traditional Japanese setting, old style traditional Japanese architecture and villages, and clothing and temples and deities, your statues of gods and goddesses and mythical beings. A lot of that just stems from the same real world historical Japan. But if all you do is play video games and you're trying to find other video games to compare it to visually, those are going to be the main things that people point out. It's very Fatal Frame or Kuon or Siren. But yeah, it's just sort of traditional Japanese horror. It's not necessarily copying or trying to be those things. It is just taking influence from the same history and visual sort of atmosphere and aesthetic. So you're going to see comparisons like that all the time. But looks interesting. I can't wait to play it. Again, I'm most curious about the story. We've only got little bits and pieces, little kind of glimpses at it. Mainline title since 2012. Can't wait. It looks good. I wouldn't put that much stock into that kind of labeling. People are desperate to try to say if it's mainline, if it's not, if it's connected to the original series at all, if it's not. We won't really know any of that until we play the game itself and just see what it does, what it presents for its story and for its characters. I would say the best thing you can do as a fan is try and avoid labeling it until you play it yourself. Because marketing, the way that the producers like Okamoto talk about it, that's going to be its own separate thing. It's much easier to sell copies of this game to old fans like me if you say it's a mainline title or if you say that it's connected to the old series, the way they were kind of doing in the transmission, they were like, oh, it's still that same other world. It's the same concept of, your nightmares and your internal struggles sort of manifested into reality around you. They're trying to sell a game. The transmissions are all marketing material. So don't put all of your stock into those things. Just try and understand it from kind of a more logical point of view. The things that they're going to say to try to sell a game and what the game actually is could potentially be very different things. At the end of the day, we're waiting for the game to come out. We've got 112 days to wait. And then when it comes out, we'll play it. And we'll judge it fairly on its merits. If it's not taking place in Silent Hill, then call it something else. I'm pissed. Were you also pissed that Silent Hill 3, the whole first half of the game, doesn't take place in Silent Hill? Or Silent Hill 4 not taking place in Silent Hill? It's in South Ashfield Heights? Like, I think that's a very narrow-minded take. Like, it can still be connected to the series, and I'm hoping that it is connected to other aspects of pre-established lore in some way. But just saying that it's in Japan, it's not Silent Hill, I immediately hate it. Come on. Like, you don't, I mean, it's your money, it's your opinion. You don't have to buy anything you don't like, and you don't have to like anything that I like. But to me, that is a very narrow-minded viewpoint to have. All right. Just hope it's a good horror game. Even if it's not, even if it is literally Silent Hill in name only, if it still turns out to just be a good horror game, that'll still be awesome. I'll have my complaints about calling it Silent Hill when we play it and when we find that out. But if it's still just a good horror game, I will still be happy with that at the end of the day. But yes, I agree. I agree in a lot of ways. I love this franchise. I've been a fan of it since the very first one. I've been dedicating my life to doing research and in-depth videos covering every game in the series. I've been streaming them and everything since, 2015, and making videos and stuff on it since 2015, and just playing the series religiously since 1999. So, like, trust me, I get that perspective. I understand where a lot of people are going to hate this just because it's a Silent Hill game that doesn't take place in the town of Silent Hill. Again, I complained about the same thing with Silent Hill Ascension and with Silent Hill The Short Message. My issue with those is that they didn't even attempt to make a meaningful connection to the original stories. Like, for me, it doesn't take much. It doesn't need to take place in Silent Hill. Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4 have already established that you can have Otherworld and Silent Hill-esque things happen outside of the town. That's already been established in 2 Team Silent developed games. So just writing it off for that reason seems kind of silly. But I will definitely have complaints if it is like Short Message or like Ascension, where it is Silent Hill in name only. They don't even attempt to reference characters or events or the town or anything else that was pre-established, which, who knows? We'll see. We will see. Where's the Townfall trailers? I imagine Townfall probably got some delay issues because all of the staff of Annapurna walked out last year. And they had to completely restaff Annapurna. So the developers themselves, you know, Annapurna is just the publisher. They weren't the developers. No Code was developing Townfall, and nothing happened to No Code. So on the developer standpoint, they were still making the game. Everything was probably still going forward as normal. But on the production side, which is where your marketing, your trailers, your release dates, all of that stuff is going to come from, that all probably got a wrench thrown into it when everyone from Annapurna walked out and had to restaff. So Townfall should still be happening. They posted on Twitter and stuff after the Annapurna walkout that despite people's concerns, Townfall was still in production. But yeah, we're probably not going to hear about Townfall for a little bit longer. Just because of all that. Okay. Let's move on to Silent Hill 2 Remake and continue our cam hack playthrough in progress, day 16. Oh, my volume is going to be all kinds of wrong after adjusting it for the trailer. So let me set stuff up first. Actually, volume might be okay because I've got this on a separate audio channel in OBS. Oh my god, you're kidding me. As soon as I switch over to this, the internet just took a shit and I'm dropping frames. That's wonderful. Give me a minute. Let me see if this smooths out. Rachel, you're not downloading anything, right? We've had some bad weather rolling through. And we've been getting some issues with our internet. At least we got through the Silent Hill F stuff, but now we've got Cox internet. Nothing happening on your side? Okay. Bob, thank you so much for the 300 bits. Thank you so much, Bob. Really appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Okay, it looks like it's leveling out. Hopefully that is not a recurring problem. It was being dumb on and off with you last night. Is the cat laying on the modem? I would hope not. Not on the shelf we've got it set up for, or set up on. Did my good luck help? I think the good luck bits may have helped. Yeah, we've been having issues with the internet lately. For those who don't know, like where we are, there's a monopoly on internet service for the most part. Like you have to get internet service through Cox, COX, and they suck. They're terrible. And I've been lucky that most of my streams go smoothly. I don't have like a crazy high bitrate or settings or anything with what I do, but a lot of times their internet service just randomly kind of shits out. And recently they got bought out or merged or whatever with Spectrum Internet. And Spectrum, I used to have Spectrum, which was formerly Time Warner, I think. But I had Spectrum when I was still living in Texas, and they're just as bad as fucking Cox. Bobby Lobotomy. Thank you so much for the 200 bits. Some more luck bits. Thank you, thank you. I'm just giving this a minute, making sure the connection stays stable, but I think we might be good. Christophonics, Black Indie Dev, and Insomniac Doze burning some big scam points today. We will see. It's up to the random nature of scam points if you're actually burning them or if they'll just show up for you again. For those who don't know, the scam points mean nothing. They do nothing. And that was inspired by the influence points from Silent Hill Ascension, which meant nothing and did nothing and were a huge scam. You would also just randomly log in to Ascension one day and have a bunch of extra points added, and some days you'd log in and have a bunch taken away, so much so that you could even be in the negatives. And in the spirit of the influence points, my moderators are instructed to just randomly accept your point redemptions or refund them. So they mean nothing. They do nothing, and it's entirely random. So have fun. There you go. All the scam points. All right. Internet seems to be holding out. We are going to jump back in to the Silent Hill 2 remake. Cam hack playthrough. Day 16. We're currently in the Otherworld Brookhaven Hospital. So we've got a lot of mildly familiar areas that we've been exploring very, very closely in the Fog World. Now we're seeing the Otherworld variations of all of these places. This is kind of the main area where you would walk in, and the nurse's station was here. There was a little storage room here that's just sort of gone now. There was a room here. It's gone now. Like, it exists over on this side. But, like, yeah, the wall that separated these parts are gone. There's like tubs and stuff in here now. We've got a box with some locks, and we gotta find some codes. Those codes never change, even on different difficulties, I'm pretty sure. So theoretically, I could just plug them in and progress, but we're going to wander through the hospital using our free cam mod. and see what kind of new stuff there is around for us to find, for us to examine. Again, can't wait for Silent Hill F to come out. The environments and everything look great, and you can bet money as soon as I have it available, I will be doing a cam hack playthrough. Probably will be immediately after my first playthrough. Because first playthrough, I always try to do it very, very normal, without any sort of goal in mind, just playing and enjoying the game. But after that, it's going to be research and analysis all the way. Speedruns too? Absolutely. I still need to learn to speedrun this game. But I've kept up with learning to speedrun all the games so far. Even Short Message. I said I still need to learn the speedrun route for this one. Got our new nurse variant here. Got that sort of black ooze smudged all over them. These little sharp shards kind of sticking out of them. To me, it always looked like little shards of glass kind of poking out, but it also, when you get up close to it, looks like just bandages kind of coming up, unsticking from it. Some of it could be little pieces of metal. Try and get some more light on it. Yeah. So you can see it's like part of the bandages where they're unsticking and coming up. They got the ripped, much more tattered and ripped leggings, the stockings. Also, got them. Got them. Got all of you. The buckles, the heels, which we've seen on mannequins and lying figures. Dude, all the little chips and nicks taken out of the blade. Just a super old, fucked up knife. I love that you can see the blade go all the way to the back of the handle. It was a good quality knife at some point. Again, they've got these fused fingers on the gloves, very similar to Pyramid Head. Something that we noticed was actually different and distinct with Flesh Lips. The ooze sort of leaking down. The heads themselves look very different. Instead of being kind of the solid latex glove or condom-like appearance, and that's Ito, by the way. That's not just me comparing it to condoms randomly. That is something that Masahiro Ito himself has described. The bubblehead nurse's textures, even going back to the original Silent Hill 2, that they were designed to be sort of condom-like, stretched over their faces, which is emphasized in their design in the remake, where they had a similar looking kind of latex condom stretched over their heads and fastened with a choker. The choker is now gone, instead replaced with bandages. And it's sort of like the fluid that was in here has blackened and drained out down their chest and the rest of their body. Dog Syrup says, Shattered Memories, you're still top 10 speedrunners to this day. Depending on the category, I've still got some categories for different Silent Hill games where I'm like second or third place. But yeah, that's cool to know. I'm still top 10. That just means there needs to be more people running Shattered Memories. Because my times in that game were not ideal. They weren't bad. But more people should run Shattered Memories. Great game. I bet Nub could get a record for the longest playthrough of a game. Definitely in one sitting, if we're going off of some of my past playthroughs. I've got a Silent Hill 3 story playthrough that I did during a marathon back in the day. This was like 2016 or 2017. That hit just a little over 25 hours. That was all done in one sitting during one stream. Back when I used to not sleep. I didn't have so many health issues that kept me from streaming as much as I want to. Take a look outside the window a bit. Always curious to zoom out and kind of see if we get some different views, clear views of the environments. It's a little darker in the other world compared to the fog world, so we just kind of get a lot of black void, but it's neat being able to see some of the fans and bits of lighting and stuff in these other rooms. Can you do an ambient video with this Otherworld rain on metal? Hey, people have been enjoying the Brookhaven rooftop rain video. So, hey, watch the video and leave likes on it. Let me know that that's something you want more of. And I'll put in the effort to make some more in other locations. There's cleaning house, some newspapers, assets we've already seen. It's the room where the eye was. Now much more broken out. Oh, and you can even still clip inside here. Oh no, not the pierogi recipe book. The Otherworld version of the pierogi recipe book. It's pretty messed up, but you can still somewhat read the title and see the cover image. So now, director's office is locked. See, we've got the ladder to get upstairs there. Tape recorder's still there. Room where the save point was, nothing rendered. Memo on the desk, there'll be no pain anymore. Meant to be a parallel, most likely to James's thoughts, his line of reasoning with ending Mary's suffering. Something that may have paralleled some of the doctors here in Brookhaven, ending the lives of their patients, who they perceived to be suffering. We can already hear our radio going off. We know there's going to be enemies rendered. There's at least one nurse there. We need to break through this wall. Mirages says, if Silent Hill titles are commonly based on American horror B movies from the 80s, do you think F will take inspiration from Japanese horror B movies from the 80s as well? Not necessarily. I mean, there's definitely a lot of horror films that inspired Silent Hill, but it's not necessarily B movies, first of all. You've got some pretty major things like Silent Hill 1 takes a lot of inspiration from Carrie, and Silent Hill 2 takes a lot of inspiration from Jacob's Ladder and Blue Velvet. But like, even the things that they do sort of borrow from those films, it's usually like just a visual component or a scene, like a single scene, like the closet scene in Silent Hill 2 is straight up Blue Velvet. The first person stretcher scene after Flesh Lips is like straight up Jacob's Ladder, but it's just little kind of bits and pieces here and there, thematic visual things that the developers liked. And I mean, then you get into some of the later games, like Silent Hill Homecoming. The whole last sequence of Silent Hill Homecoming was very heavily inspired by Hostel, and stuff like that. So it feels like they're going for kind of a different vibe with what we've seen of Silent Hill F so far. They might try to work some sort of influence into it like that, but given that the setting is sort of before all of that, like Japan in the 60s, it would be a little bit odd to take inspiration from movies that are set in the 80s or 90s. Not saying that they won't, but it's a little bit harder to match that visual aesthetic, just because of the difference in time period and setting. But we'll see. There's a lot of Japanese films that are just so iconic that I can easily see them being influenced by, some of the more popular things, Ringu or Ju-on. Or Iron Man. What's it called? Tetsuo the Iron Man. Stuff like that. It's very, very popular visually in Japanese culture, and it's stuff that has been sort of inspirational and influential to a lot of horror that has come after it, whether consciously or subconsciously. But that'll be one of the fun parts of going through Silent Hill F, is kind of seeing what things we can recognize, what things seem like they might be the devs may have been inspired by. Personally, I think we're gonna see Ryukishi making more self-referential assets and aspects of other things that he's written. We're probably going to see references and influence from Higurashi and Higonbana, and like we're going to probably see more akin to that, more than like 80s J-horror. But you never know. We'll see. I'll definitely be doing my best to analyze and pick up on as much of that as we can when the game comes out. Hey, Mazzy. I'm sure you've said it, but what do you think of the Silent Hill F trailer? Go watch the beginning of this stream VOD. We watched it together and did a little quick analysis of it. So far I like what I see. There's a few little nitpicks, but nothing that like ruins the feel of the game so far. Aesthetically, it looks really awesome. I like a lot of the monster designs. I like the protagonist and the character designs. I love the environments and the aesthetic we've seen so far. Combat has some slightly questionable parts to it, but again, I don't really play these games for the combat, so I'm not too broken up over it. JSOKH, will the reaction part of the trailer be on YouTube? Yeah, of course. This entire stream will be unedited and uploaded onto my archives channel. If one of my moderators could put the link for the Nub Zombie YouTube channels. I really got to get a bot set up again to handle all that stuff. But yeah, I'll do a quick edit of the stream, and that'll be up on the main channel. And then the full unedited thing will be on the archive channel. And I don't think any of my mods are here right now, so I guess I'll stop what I'm doing. Get you some links. Here you go. Archive channel. Everything that I do on the streams gets uploaded immediately after the stream ends to that channel right there. And usually within a day or so, all of the edited versions of the streams get put up on the main channel right there. It's wild that Silent Hill is back. Yeah, Zucchina. The fact that we went from pretty consistently getting Silent Hill games between 1999 and 2012, and then things kind of got quiet for a couple years after Downpour, HD Collection, and Book of Memories were so poorly received. And then PT was revealed. And everyone was all excited about PT, Kojima making a Silent Hill game. And then that got canceled shortly after. And then we had nothing. Then we had nothing for a long, long time. To the point where pretty much everyone just assumed series is dead now. Konami tried to do stuff with it, and like they just didn't make very good things. They weren't received super well. PT was received very well, but then Kojima had a falling out with Konami that was unrelated to Silent Hill, just horrible timing. There's our Morse code message, which is repeating the phrase again and again and again and again. We had Silent Hill pachinko machines, though. I mean, we had the Pachi slot, and we did get slot machines in the US as well. There was a Silent Hill The Escape and Silent Hill... oh, I forget the name of the other one. But there was a Silent Hill 3 slot machine and a Silent Hill Downpour slot machine that came out in those... in the dark years. He's there again, looking, staring. He says he'll drag me there. I don't want to. Kind of a reference to the doctor's note about dragging a patient out of their delusion into reality, even though they seem like they're happy in their delusion. The fact that they use that same terminology. He says he'll drag me there. I won't let him take me. Seawave VT, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, Seawave. Welcome, everybody, to the Silent Hill 2 Remake Cam Hack playthrough. And Da Boy Bob with another 500 bits, going crazy with the bits. Thank you so much, Bob. How shiny and sparkly the director's office key is. Hey, what's up, Ram Ranch Survivor? Yo, Nub and friends, we drinking beer today? Not me. Hopefully everyone else, if you can still drink, enjoy a drink on my behalf. But, no, my health is complete shit, dude. And I'm on a bunch of different medications. I had to give up alcohol entirely, along with, like, everything else. I can't even have salt, brother. Let alone alcohol. No salt? Yeah. I'm on a very strict, like, super low sodium diet. No alcohol. No smoking of any kind. I used to smoke cigarettes. Used to drink during streams. We've had plenty of drunk streams in past years. Especially for Book of Mondays, when I was going through Book of Memories. I pretty much always needed drinks to get through those. But, yeah, man. I went to the emergency room. I've been having anxiety issues and heart problems and nerve problems. I'm having to see my doctors often and go through all sorts of tests. So I'm completely clean and sober on everything. Like I said, can't even really eat junk food and stuff like that anymore. Ooh. So this is the room where Maria was, where she stopped to rest. And now we get this extra layer of audio. This was the same in Silent Hill 2 OG. And now we can see the medication bottles. We actually saw these. Oh, there's the no one knows hidden photo inside of the drawer there. But yeah, these medicine bottles were inside this drawer whenever you come through here the first time with Maria. They're hidden inside. And And now that we're in the other world, the labels are taken out here. Why did the labels look blurred? To hide information and obscure aspects of it, just sort of like a lot of things in the other world are not easily perceived. So the medication just sort of says white. We looked at this when we first saw these medicine bottles. We looked at these a bit closer on a previous part, but for anybody who wasn't watching back then, let me grab this to show you. So here is the label on the medicine bottle, as unblurred as it can really be. So if you take the texture and try to unblur it, you can see it's white something, 0.5 milligram tablets, but the prescription is made out to Mary Sunderland. They are literally James's wife's medications. It's Mary's pills. So, one of those things we looked at on a previous part. But that is why it's blurred. To obscure that information, to not make it quite so obvious. So what we're hearing is Mary likely on some sort of ventilator whenever her illness would have been particularly bad, along with her heartbeat and her medication, all of these things from James's subconscious being projected into his perception of the other world and reality around him. Bob, thank you so much for the sub. On top of all the bits and everything else, you've already been so generous. Really appreciate the sub. Thank you so much for all the love and support, Bob. Thank you, thank you. Alright, I think that's about everything here. We can go open up the director's office now. Just want to start marking things off here. Clipping the camera into some of these areas before we're kind of at them normally. You can just see the little floating nutrition drink where stuff is not rendered up on the floor above us. No problem, Nub. Just giving back. Hey, I appreciate it. I'm just an obsessive Silent Hill fan, sharing what I would already be doing anyway. But I really appreciate all the love and support. That's what allows me to continue to do this and has kept me going for many years now. Thank you so much, dude. Zucchina, you're watching on Twitch and have the 12-hour rain video playing, so it sounds like it's raining in the hospital. There are some places where you can hear rain. Like right here. Let me, we can adjust. Like, turning down music. Yeah. So you can even hear... I mean, you can see the rain hitting the window and everything. There's even rain flowing up. Just to add kind of an element of unnatural sort of physics and reality going on. I never really caught that before. That's a great detail. Yeah, a lot of these parts, the rain effect is actually going upward. Just getting a look from outside. You can hear where the sound cuts off. And there it's flowing sideways. It's just going in all directions. Nice little allusion to the idea that physics and reality are just not working the way they should when you're in the other world. Manic scribble. That's not what it says at all. Doesn't say anything about Fartface. Super Exponential. Thank you so much for the 15 months and the 6 months in advance. Thank you, thank you. Very, very much appreciated. 6 months in advance. So you'll already be set up for when Silent Hill F comes out. And we start going through this whole process again on that game. I'm looking forward to it. And we can see the back side of the note. No pain. No pain, no pain. Written over and over, or typed over and over. That's from Rocky. No pain, no gain. Interesting little box sitting on the desk here with a thing in it. Oh, it's just like a little... I was trying to figure out what I'm even looking at, but I think the little shape here is just part of the bottom of the box, and then there's fabric that's clipping through that. Warden of Horror. Thank you so much for the sub. Very much appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. Cannot tell you how appreciative I am. And thank you for being here, just enjoying the streams, enjoying what I do. Obsessing over Silent Hill with me. is the mini-map in Remake or just in OG? Just a thought that came up. I mean, even in the original game, the mini-map was not a normal part of it. Like, there is a mini-map, but it was, like, hidden behind some really obscure, like, dev control commands for years and years and years. It was not, like, a normal function or part of Silent Hill 2. And Remake, as far as I know, does not have any sort of mini-map. You just have the map. Thought it was a secret? No. I mean, it is a secret, but it's not like an unlockable normal thing for players to just like, oh yeah, unlock this, like extra difficulty or things like that. Yeah, that's not a thing. It is a thing, but it was like not discovered until a long time later as like something hidden in the code, only accessible through mods or dev commands. Yo, Mesmiro with 10 gift subs going out to the community. Tilda Live, Whitelocks, Kale Sama, Two-Face 808, Roxy 718, Richard Skip Ketamine, One Eye, Amano Jack, Grega Rock Shooter, and R. Rodham. Mesmiro, thank you so much for all the love and support. Thank you, thank you. That is crazy generous of you. Thank you so much. Everybody who got a sub from Mez, please say thank you and enjoy your emotes, enjoy the subs. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Honestly, I wish Twitch would just give me the option to turn off ads altogether. Whether you're subbed or not, but that's not a thing that they offer. The most I could do is run ads myself. Like every hour or something like that. Which would disable the pre-roll ads and stuff for non-subs. It's kind of convoluted and stupid. But they don't give streamers the option to just like disable them altogether. But you don't have to worry about ads anymore while watching. And you get a bunch of Silent Hill themed emotes that you can use anywhere on Twitch as well. Thank you again, Mez. Kind of surprised there's no animations or anything for the tape recorder. There's no cassette inside, and the little mechanics don't actually spin or move. Follow age, yeah. I don't have a bot, so there's no commands or anything like that that work. You can just click your username if you say something in chat. It's the other world, nothing makes sense. Even in the fog world, the tape recorder doesn't do anything. And for all the detail that's put into other assets and things in this game. I said, I'm a little surprised. There's not like a little basic animation of the inside mechanics spinning. Unplayable, exactly. "10 years following, since July 20 or at July 26th." See, I can click names. Yeah, Lloyd created your account June 22nd, 2013. You've been following since July 26th, 2015. You've been here since very early on. Because January 2015 was when I started speedrunning Silent Hill 2. And that's when I started regularly streaming Silent Hill. And when I was doing speedruns, people would come in and want to talk about the story and the lore. So around the time you first followed, that like April, May, going into June, July, was when I started doing story playthroughs, because I was like, people come in and ask about the story and the lore all the time, and I'm a big fan and I've spent a lot of research on it, so or a lot of time researching it, so I would answer people's questions and discuss the lore about the games, and eventually started doing the story playthroughs. And then over time, the story playthroughs kind of became what people wanted to see more than the speedruns. And I just kind of focused on that. And here we are, 10 years later. Still doing it. Found 0050 in the ECT room again. This time I checked, he was not appointed for the treatment. How is it possible he got there all by himself, and how would he know how to turn the thing on? Somebody's going to answer for this. So close, it will happen. Has to. So it seems like there's implications that something weird's going on with the patients, either getting themselves into places they shouldn't be, similar to how we sort of traverse around locations via the other world, or fog world, possibly the patient doing that as well, or that doctors and nurses are abusing or mistreating the patients, or giving them treatments that they're not supposed to be undergoing, both of which are things implied in the OG as well. Speaking of OG, Lloyd, since you have been here for such a long time, and you're still here enjoying the channel and supporting me, here we go. You're a VIP now. You are a VIP now. Thank you for enjoying what I do for such a long time, Lloyd. I appreciate you being here. So now we're here at the electrostimulator. Electroshock therapy. So this would be the treatment that the note was about. Got a patient who was undergoing unscheduled electroshock therapy. And earlier, we saw some medical graphs indicating 3 different processes of medical treatment that we have to sort of reenact. The first of which was electroshock therapy, what we're seeing here. Kind of foreshadowing all of the puzzles that we have to do. I love the lighting, the shadows, and everything else here. Just this visual depiction. The metal cables. All wired to this electroshock table. Chains with barbs. Nothing happens when we interact with it right now. You can kind of follow where the cable goes. Come on, James. Love the little flickering lights, sparks and everything coming off of them, just the audio from it. And hey, Lost Shinta. Your 10 years was February 25th? Yeah, following since February 25th, 2015. So, like, just a little over a month after I started doing Silent Hill 2 on the channel. So, Lost Shinta, you're also getting your VIP badge tonight. Anybody else? Any other 10-year anniversaries? Dude, honestly, it's so weird to even think about. I'm 37 now. I was 27 then. And, like, in my mind, it doesn't feel like it's been that long. I don't feel like I've been on Twitch, like, doing this for that long. But then I also kind of think about everything I've gone through since then. How much the stream has changed. How many times I've upgraded computers and mics and moved. Like, I started in a fucking sweaty unair-conditioned garage in Texas. And eventually moved into a little apartment. Eventually moved into a little duplex. Now I'm in a house with my wife in a completely different state. My wife, who was also just a viewer back then. Something I never would have anticipated. It's crazy. Life is fucking crazy. Thank you guys for allowing the last 10 years of my life to be so amazing. Oh, these are the, like, padded rooms. All the padding and stuff has been ripped away. You can see, like, the stuffing and stuff in them. Stuffing and stuff. The blood splatters and everything in the padded rooms. I mean, there's like dried blood everywhere and then a little bit fresher or bright red in some of these locations. Like the bloody clothing and stuff. Maurizio. New frog here. Found you on YouTube because of the cam hack gameplay. Just caught up with all 15 parts. Really enjoying the videos. Glad you could be here. I'm glad you're enjoying the playthrough. I know slow, methodical looking at everything is not everyone's cup of tea. I feel like today's day and age, especially when it comes to entertainment, I kind of hate... I'm going to sound like the old man yelling at clouds, but I feel like TikTok and shorts and things like that just kind of destroyed people's attention spans to the point where the type of videos and gameplay that I usually do, super slow and thorough and methodical and a lot of long-winded explaining of things, is just not really what people enjoy anymore. So the fact that there are so many of you still enjoying what I do after all this time, and new fans still finding my stuff and enjoying what I do, like, it means a lot to me. There's a lot of days where I've been doing this for a long time and I've struggled with it because, like, After 10 years, you know, I've seen a lot of streamers start after me and get much bigger, much faster, have bigger followings and bigger audiences and whatever else, but I've just always kind of been doing my own thing. I've never been too worried about that aspect of things. And there are still parts of me that wonder, like, someday nobody's going to care about me. Nobody's going to care about this type of playthrough or, you know, this type of video, these types of streams. And I'll just become completely irrelevant. And it's, again, it's reassuring just for people to still be here and still like what I do. Hot. E550. Surprised there's not more on the generator. Short form is easier to create as well as consume. With long form, you can't use as many crutches. True. I mean, now with like AI generation, some of the biggest channels on YouTube, there's people who are millionaires who literally just type in a prompt in ChatGPT or whatever, and it shits out a little script, quote unquote script, where it's just talking about the plot of a movie or a game, and they edit together with AI narration. They don't have to record anything or say anything themselves. You get your AI narrator to recite the plot of a movie or a game, and you break it up over 500 shorts and make $1 million. And I'm just like, okay, I'll be here, being a human being, putting in time and effort, and you know, not being able to pay my medical bills without a GoFundMe. I'll be here doing my thing. But again, like, the fact that I've got any amount of audience at this point, and that you guys enjoy what I do enough to support me that I can get by, that's all I could ever ask for. That's all. I don't need $1 million. It'd be nice, but I definitely don't need it. It's enough to just be able to do things that I enjoy for a living and have enough people support me that I can keep doing it. $9,659. I was trying to get the animated effect. Got a little bit of it. Yeah, gee. Must be nice having no humanity, you think, sometimes. Yeah. Also, the outline, the burn. It's not just a burn sort of highlighting the numbers. It's a silhouette, like a charred silhouette of a person. See the legs there. the arm going over towards the restraint, the head up top. Kind of similar to some of the silhouettes that we've found in mattresses and even walls in the apartments and some of the other parts of Brookhaven. Again, chain sort of leading over here towards the ladder. Go back down into the director's office. Bob. Thank you for gifting a sub to Amalmat Mogu. Mogul. Amalmat Mogul. Thank you so much for all the support, Bob. I really appreciate it. As well as the 200 bits. Just kind of caught up rambling. Sitting here reminiscing over the last 10 years of my life. Don't worry about me. We saw James write down 9659 on the map. So there's our first lock. Now follow the chain to get to the second lock. Sure hope there's something in the box. I do kind of like the twist on expectations for players familiar with the original. Yeah, the bubbling gross bathtub over here. Nothing actually in there. There you go. There's this for 12 hours. There's the next 12-hour relaxation video for you. But I like what they do with the box. Because in the original, when you first open up Joseph Barkin's puzzle box with the 4 locks on it, you get James saying, "There's nothing in it. Wait, there is, but it's just a single strand of hair." So, like, his first reaction is that it's empty. And then he realizes there's a strand of hair, and he takes that. The fact that now there's actually nothing in it. It's kind of a neat little twist on that. She fell on her hand. Fragile. ISO 9001. All products made by certified factory. A little bit different printing and stuff on some of these boxes. Was calling them bobblehead nurses for the longest time. Yeah, Locomo. I mean, back in the day, unless you had like the money for a strategy guide, or you were like really thorough with looking stuff up online, which the resources back then were not nearly what they are today. You still had stuff. You still had some online walkthroughs and game facts and kind of stuff like that. Early forums and things around 2001. But most people didn't have that. Most people, you just had your copy of the game and the little bit that it would tell you in the game manual, if you were lucky enough to have a copy of the game with the manual included, which also was a thing not everybody had. I know a lot of times back then when I would buy games, they were the used rental copies from like Blockbuster or Hollywood Video, and you would just have like a generic box with the disc. You wouldn't even get a manual or anything. So you just kind of made up your names. You just kind of started making up names for monsters. It's funny because whenever I bring that subject up or kind of look into other people who used to do the same thing, talking about it online, very commonly I've seen lots of people refer to the mannequins, for example, as legs. I've seen many different people where they were like, yeah, you don't know what these things are called, so you just kind of make up your own names for them. And a lot of people's made up name for the mannequins was just legs. You have legs, you have nurses, you have frothy toilet. There you go. 12 hours of Silent Hill bubbling toilet. Coming soon to a YouTube channel near you. Whoa, her neck! Damn, if I would have thought about activating the cam fast enough. I just didn't react. Her neck went all stretchy. Women's locker room. This is where we got the bent needle from the teddy bear and the shotgun in the fog world. Normally meant to get through here from this little crawl hole. You're spoiling us. I will say, for anyone wondering, with the 12-hour Brookhaven thing, it's legit. I set it up and let my computer run for, it was actually closer to 14 hours, and then I edited down to 12 hours exactly. It was like a 500 gigabyte. It was like a absolutely massive video file, which DaVinci Resolve really did not enjoy me importing and editing that. So it's not just a short recording that's looped or anything like that. There's ways that could just be edited and looped and stuff. But if I do more of those 12-hour videos, I'm going to do them the same way. They're legit. It's not just like an edited loop or anything. I wanted to make sure it was absolutely, like, smooth without any weird cuts or anything at random moments. Because that kind of ruins the vibe. If you have those videos on, and then all of a sudden you get something like 4 hours in, you notice a loop or something like that. I've put on videos like that. Think I heard a Discord message 7 hours in? No way. Don't say that. There shouldn't have been anything else going. My Discord's not even set up to do sounds. Just kidding. I will say, and I caught it. So for any of you who wanted to be cheeky about it, I'm aware of this going forward if I do another 12-hour video. But the one thing I did forget to do, and I didn't realize it until I'd already set the recording and set my computer up and everything had been running for like 3 or 4 hours. I had forgot to disable my alerts. And I was like, if somebody subscribes while I'm offline, it's going to show up. Thankfully, nobody did that for the entire 14-hour duration. And now I'm aware of it, so I'll remember for the future when I do more of those. But that would have been the moment. I would have been sitting there getting that video ready, and then like, oh shit. After 8 hours or something, a resub suddenly pops off. "12 hours of ambient noise randomly interrupted by iron pipe jump scare. Apparently those are a thing." See, that's just cruel. I don't know if I could do that even as a joke. And I'm surprised nothing else really here in the locker room. There was so much detail in the fog world for this locker room. They still have the Oath of Hippocrates, the Hippocratic Oath, posted here, which was also on this locker. Blood-stained sweater, old pair of heels, some of that stuff, but this is where like the doctor's list with a bunch of references and the names was. Surprised none of that. Should do subliminal messaging telling people to sub. Switch out the titles of all the book textures in Photoshop to Subbing to Nub Zombie, a journey into entertainment. See, this is why I just need you guys to help me out with consultation. Help me out with some of these ideas to get the channel growing. Oh. Actually get some lighting once we clip the camera down here. That's kind of surprising. Most of the time they just leave this like empty void. But the void is just like a texture that we can go through and then see everything else lit up. Hey, Ghosty Like. How goes Silent Hill 2? It's going pretty well. Slowly, meticulously making our way through Otherworld Brookhaven. Looking at all the things. We're actually coming up to the next little puzzle we gotta do. Now we're on the other side of this door that was all wired off. That ambient sound kicking in. You only did one playthrough back when it launched, getting the itch now after Silent Hill F recent trailer. Yeah. The announcement of Silent Hill F, we got our release date. Much closer than I thought it would have been. End of September. September 25th. 23rd if you get the early access pre-order. This year, yes. September 25th this year. Or 2 days early if you do the deluxe edition pre-order. I figured it wouldn't be until like winter, like much later this year or even early next year. So the fact that it is 112 days away, in 112 days, well, 110 if you pre-order, we're going to be playing Silent Hill F. That's crazy. Oh, it's the barbed wire chains wrapped around a patient's neck. And even going up inside their brain. Those same barbed chains that we saw on the electroshock therapy table. I like the way the x-rays are placed side by side in such a way it almost looks like two people connected. The chains connecting one person to another and then going up into their brain. The procedure. Oh, how we danced, arms flailing our bodies in perfect synchrony. And the music played, but in any dance, there comes a time one must take the lead. And the music got louder and louder, pounding, piercing, and then silence. Oh yeah, Mirage. I 100% agree with you on that. I don't like early access on pre-orders and deluxe editions and stuff like that either. Like, if you're gonna get your deluxe edition, get your extra in-game costumes or your art book and your soundtrack and all of that sort of stuff, but the fact that if I'm going to try to compete with all the other Silent Hill YouTubers and streamers who are going to be playing the game on launch, I'm sort of like forced to get that version so that I can play it the same day as them. That stuff sucks. Yeah, it also sucks for people trying to avoid spoilers. A lot of people don't mind that, but some people want to just wait and play the game on launch, and then you've got all these videos and thumbnails and stuff like that spoiling things for you a day or two ahead of time. Exactly, G. It just feels scummy. Like, I would already be getting the bonus stuff just to get the costumes and the soundtrack and all of that anyway. But whatever. Is what it is. So just like before, we had our first patient we saw in the fog world. Before coming to the other world, in the director's office, there was posters showing 3 different medical treatments labeled with Roman numerals 1, 2, and 3. First one was electroshock therapy, which we've already done and gotten a code. Second one was a lobotomy, which is what's going to be performed here. We have the hammer. We need to get the spike and drive it into the eye of this patient. Trying to get a good look at the eye. This mannequin representing the patient. Also, again, after watching Silent Hill F trailers and seeing all the little slotted doll joint monsters and everything, and now seeing that same kind of imagery here, man, I can't wait. 110 days. It's gonna go by fast, don't worry. There's our instrument of force. James in his traditional looking at things pose. The hammer itself already bloodied. With what looks like a big fingerprint. The texturing on it, yeah, it's like there's fingerprints on it as well. We have the patient sort of like instrument of force to break away, forcing the patient arms out of the way to perform the lobotomy. Clearly they were resisting the treatment, as most anybody would. Trying to see this part of the eye. And you can see from this end, it's actually just the end or the back part of the key itself, which is already fully rendered in there. Hetmar, in a weird way, Silent Hill F makes me wish we got another Forbidden Siren game. Or just Siren for you Americans. Yeah, Siren or Forbidden Siren. Great series, super difficult games. Those are some games where I love the story and the atmosphere, the aesthetic, but the gameplay is a little rough, and the games themselves are just fairly hard. Maybe that's just me, maybe that's a skill issue, but I feel like, I don't know, I tend to struggle with a lot of viewpoint changing type of mechanics, and as much as I like the sight jack system in those games, there are so many times where I would like sight jack and be like, okay, the guy with the gun is on this roof, we should have time to like run over here now, and then immediately start like getting shot and killed. Those games are hard, man. Good games, but I struggle with them. Laudable Halo says, reminds me of the horrific story of JFK's sister being forced to have a lobotomy from her father. Yeah, that's like one of the more, I guess, famous or popularized instances of a lobotomy happening. Yeah, Rosemary Kennedy. Just because it was, you know, the Kennedy family, where the story about it got out and was a lot more widespread, but it was horrible. People used to have lobotomies performed not all that long ago. In terms of history, it feels like such a horrible, barbaric thing that shouldn't have happened since like the medieval times, but the fact that these treatments, quote-unquote treatments, the lobotomies, the electroshock therapy, it was stuff that was done for very ridiculous reasons not that long ago. The last recorded lobotomy was in the 1960s. That's only 65 years. And that's only the one on record. A lot of times when people do horrible, heinous things, they don't always put it down on record. Horrifying to think about. Anyone recommend Rule of Rose? A friend told me to play it a while back, but I've seen some mixed reviews about it. I mean, if you have the opportunity to play it, either through getting a copy, which is fairly pricey these days, or through emulation. Rule of Rose, it's another one of those ones kind of similar to Siren. I love the story and the characters and the atmosphere. The music, God, I love the music in Rule of Rose. So good. There's so many good things in Rule of Rose. But the gameplay, it is legitimately some of the worst gameplay in a horror game that I've ever experienced. Like, the combat and backtracking all over. It's not intuitive, and it does not feel good. And it's not one of those things of like, oh, it was intentional. They wanted to make you feel like a little weak, helpless girl. No, it's just fucking bad and unfinished. But, that being said, totally worth it. It's worth putting up with the frustrating gameplay to experience everything else. Because, yeah, everything else about that game I absolutely love. I just hate the gameplay. Cyril Palazzo, you played Haunting Ground for the first time this year and really, really liked it? Yeah, Haunting Ground is great. That one gets compared to like Rule of Rose and stuff like that fairly often. I feel like you have that sort of PS2 era with Rule of Rose, Haunting Ground, and like Clock Tower 3, kind of in similar veins. And they're all pretty good. They've all got their flaws, but they're all still like worth playing. Kuon is awesome. Kuon's got some jankiness in it as well. Not nearly as much as something like, you know, Rule of Rose. But yeah. I love Kuon. You have a copy of Kuon? Just learned it goes for like $800? Yeah, I freaked out recently because I've also got a copy of Kuon. And it's back in Texas, where a lot of my belongings and stuff still are. I've since moved to Georgia, and I just haven't had the money to go back and visit and get my things. And one day, I got a random text from my niece, who has a young son, and they had bought a PlayStation 2. And she was like, we went over to Grandma's house, my mom's house. She's like, we went over to Grandma's house and borrowed some of your PS2 games because we just got a PS2. And immediately I was like, what did you borrow? Please tell me exactly what you borrowed. I started freaking out. I was like, some of those games are irreplaceable. And, yeah. I had a moment where I was like, all right, you're going to have to go put those back. You're my niece, and I love you. But you're going to have to go put some of those back. And that copy of Kuon, other than just being expensive, yeah, what Rachel just said, it is both priceless and expensive. So on top of just being an extremely expensive, rare game, my copy of Kuon was given to me by my good friend Bane Reeker, who passed away several years ago. So, literally irreplaceable from a friend who is no longer with us. Yeah. I was freaking out. Looks like it's a signal for you to get that stuff out of there. I explained the situation to my niece, and like she understood what was up, and she was like, I didn't take them out of the bag. I'm just gonna go put it right back over there. But yeah, I definitely need to go and get my things at some point. But, you know, it's a 16-hour drive. It's a lot of gas money, and our car needs new tires. Like, it's stuff I can't really afford to do right now. Got your copy on sale back when it was worthless? I mean, that's basically my entire Silent Hill collection. I've been getting these games not necessarily on sale, but I've been getting all the Silent Hill games pretty much as they came out. So, you know, 40, 50, 60 bucks each. And most of them are like 200 now. The decent ones, anyway. It's crazy how expensive retro gaming has gotten. Hey, we made it here. So, we were looking at these chalkboards in the Fog World version of Brookhaven. Now that we're in the other world, we can see the way that all of the writing and stuff has changed. So now, potatoes, rotten. Rice, rotten. Bread, rotten. Meat, rotten. Patient broke a whole cart of dinner plates. We will name the price. Monday, all will be served what they deserve. I like how serve is underlined, as though it's not clear what they were going for. So everyone, you're gonna get served rotten potatoes. Potatoes au rotten. And then this one, meal times. You're only waiting to be fed. Wait till you're fed. What's obscured? Bring your loved ones to the feast. Whereas previously this had like when families could show up, when visiting hours were, and how much food for visitors was. Now we've got these like much more menacing versions of the blackboard writing. Cool detail. Isn't that in the prison too? There is some similar blackboards in the prison. I don't remember if they're exactly the same writing. We'll find out when we get there. Nice. We both missed. We both missed. Is that just the other world's corrupting nature or something like that? Or is this still James's mind coming up with some of these messages? I mean, both. I kind of feel like everything, whether it's Fog World, Otherworld, everything that we as a player are seeing, we're essentially seeing through James's eyes. For the most part. There's also some things that we, as the player, are given the opportunity to see that even James himself is not seeing. Or at least doesn't seem to consciously acknowledge. But yeah, the idea of just exactly kind of what G is saying there. The overall theme of punishment, being served what they deserve. James himself feels like he deserves punishment for what he did to Mary. That is part of why he's in the town in the first place. So those parts of his mind are still being projected into these messages, but also kind of thinking along the terms of how he felt the hospital was mistreating Mary, how even Mary in her letter, you know, just puts down or writes like that the hospital is just making a nice profit off of her. Continuously treating her and everything like that. And there's that whole aspect of it, which I do want to say that is such a great part of Mary's letter. And it's something that I'm glad the original developers, because like the healthcare system in the United States is so fucking horrible and predatory, where a lot of times people are just sort of strung along so that they can drip feed the most money possible out of people and their insurance and everything like that. Like, I've been going through the most basic stuff with my health issues recently and seeing doctors and then getting tests done and stuff like that. And it's already cost me an insane amount of money for, like, you know, an ECG, like to check my heart, and some basic blood work, ultrasound in my leg, nerve test in my lower body. I've got a scheduled nerve test 1 week from now for my upper body. And we're already close to like 6,000, 7,000 worth of medical debt. I've been able to pay part of it thanks to a very generous community and a GoFundMe. And that's with insurance. That's with insurance. It's tens of thousands if insurance hadn't been covering stuff already. So, not to mention all the things that I have to pay for just out of pocket. Like, I need to have x-rays done. My doctor told me I need to have x-rays done. The place that does x-rays, you walk in. They literally said, you don't need to schedule it. It doesn't go to your insurance. You just walk in and pay for it, and they do the x-rays. And I'm like, I can't afford to do that, so I guess I just don't do my x-rays. It's crazy. And that's basic shit. For things that are, in the grand scheme of things, like, not that severe. Thank fuck I don't have, like, I don't know, cancer or something more severe that would require much more involved tests and treatments. So, yeah. The fact that Japanese developers of the original picked up on kind of those aspects of the horrible predatory nature of, like, the health industry here, and included that as part of James and Mary's sort of suffering, their story, is a realistic, unfortunate, but realistic facet to Mary's character, writing about how the doctors just want to make a profit off of her. Breaking Bad couldn't take place in the UK. Yeah, I've seen that meme go around, but it's true. It's absolutely insane. Oh, this is the orthopedic saw. We saw this earlier in the Fog World, just not with the sheet and everything on it. I'm sorry, chat. I know we kind of got into some heavy real-world discussion there. I didn't mean to take it in that direction. But, like I said, it's an unfortunate reality of the U.S. healthcare system. And it's an aspect that is reflected in Silent Hill 2. compared to everything else here in the other world, these dishes are like the cleanest things. Last I recalled, healthcare systems compared to Japan and the US is night and day. But it's also because... Oops. It's also because, unlike the US's population, Japan's population is pretty healthy. With a smaller diet, and they don't put crazy shit. One of the many reasons quitting soda. Yeah. So... Japan has its own sort of common health issues. A lot of times it plays into the workforce system where, like, Japan, you'd basically dedicate your whole life to your company, whatever you wind up doing out of school. Like, once you get out of school, your life belongs to whatever company you start to work for. But in turn, a lot of times you get your health care and your living expenses and things like that are more or less covered. As in terms of health, the food quality and things like exercise are just so much more common and better. You walk everywhere, you bike everywhere. Even if you ride trains and buses and everything else, you're walking a lot. There's a lot of companies that have mandated, like, exercise time, where, like, you have a designated time of day where you and your fellow employees go and exercise. One of the common health issues in Japan, though, because I've been dealing with it myself, high blood pressure. Because there is super high sodium in everything, and I've had to be very conscious of that since I'm on a low to no sodium diet. And I love Japan, and I love Japanese food. And even though the food's a lot healthier, there's a shit ton of sodium in most of it. So high blood pressure, lots of sodium, lots of stress in the workplace leads to high blood pressure being one of the most common problems with a lot of Japanese health population. So no place is perfect. Everywhere kind of has their own issues. But yeah, just in terms of general cost compared to treatment received, the US is particularly fucked. Another burbling toilet. The burbling turlet. Why did my light suddenly stop working? Oh. Apparently James' vision drifted up to the ceiling. America isn't unique. We're the same shitter humans as the other 8 billion people on Earth. I mean, we're the same shitter humans everywhere on Earth, but if you give one group of shitter humans, like, lower quality food with more preservatives and sugar, more expensive healthcare, worse treatment, it's going to be a lot different than other parts of the world where those are less of an issue. I'm not saying that there's any difference in the people, but intrinsically where you live is going to have an impact on your lifespan. Bob, thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you, thank you. We can do better and should. But you know, like I said, things change. It's a lot harder to just go outside and get sunshine and exercise if you live in a part of the world where there's an exceedingly high crime rate. If it's literally dangerous, hell, some people right now are living in literal war zones. So it's like, you can't really just be like, just go outside, get some sunshine, exercise, go eat healthy. It's like, motherfucker, they just bombed the supermarket. My neighbors have guns pointed at my house and are just waiting for me to walk out the door. People have to live that life. Your environment can fuck you over, even if we're all the same species. But hey, we're all just individuals. Like I said, all we can do is our best. Try to put more good out into the world than bad, and try to change things even just a little bit for the better every day. That's all. Take care of yourself a little bit better. If you're in a position to help other people, help other people. If you're not in a position to help other people, accept the help you can get. Try to better yourself to where you can do something for somebody. And just try a little bit. As much bad as there is in the world, there's still a lot of good. God, I love the artwork here. referring back to the original Silent Hill 2. James used to have some really good dialogue in the original Silent Hill 2 when you examine these hands reaching out. How he interpreted them as a sign of pain. Now we've got our lobotomy spike, the key of bliss. Yeah, these are some of the little moments that I kind of miss from the OG. Being able to examine this sort of stuff and get some text, some inner monologue from James about what he's seeing and how he interprets it. Switching away from text-based exploration and just having James have to comment out loud when he's going to share his thoughts. We lose a lot of that in the remake. Oh, and the map. I love the effect of the water sort of slowly coming in and staining the map as you go through Otherworld Brookhaven. It'll actually start smudging the ink and the red marks that James puts on the map. Is there going to be a snake eater when you climb up? Not quite a long enough ladder for that. God, the perspective there, where the back of the spike like blurs when it gets close to the camera view. That gives us the Lapis Eye key. And my cat has come by to say hello. Hi, Ziggy. Did you get your medicine? Yeah, Ziggy had to go to the vet recently. He's had issues with urinary infections. So he's on antibiotics. It's a very scary thing for male cats. Because infections can turn into blockages, and blockages can be fatal in male cats very quickly, like 24 hours. But it's something that we've already had to take him to the vet for. We've been able to recognize the symptoms so that we can catch it early and get him to the vet quickly. Hope you and your cat gets better. Thank you. This whole household's just got medical issues. Rachel, myself, our cats, we're just a mess. Alright, we've got the Lapis Eye key. Lets us remove one more chain. Bob with 100 bits for Ziggy. Thank you so much, Bob. And yeah, again, sorry about all the heavy sort of real-world discussion today. But this is where I'm going to call it for now. Alright, Rachel gave him his meds. They got their food. I need to go figure something out for our own dinner. But, thank you all. Thank you all so very, very much for being here. And Hetmar, thank you so much for that Prime resub right at the very end. Thank you, thank you. It's all good, Laudable. Like, I'm okay with talking about some real life heavy stuff to a certain extent. But I do still want to try to keep the focus on the game. But of course, it's also a part of the game. Very heavy medical topics while we're in Brookhaven and James's sick wife and all of that, so it's gonna happen. But yeah, really appreciate all the love and support, you guys. Like I said, things can be tough sometimes. It's tough suddenly having medical things to deal with. It's tough dealing with the healthcare system here and not being able to afford stuff. But I'm able to get by. You know, I'm still seeing my doctor, still getting tests done. Like I said, I've got an upper body nerve conductivity test a week from today to hopefully narrow down some of the health issues I'm still having. But thanks to you guys and your support, we're getting through it. And I just can't tell you all enough how much I really appreciate it. And yeah, like I said, in some past streams. And Bob, thank you for another 100 bits, going wild with all the love and support. Thank you so much. But I try to say it at the end of every stream, and it's not just, you know, a sign-off or anything like that. I genuinely mean this from the bottom of my heart every single time. Be good to each other. Try to put a little more good out into the world than bad, and everything will be alright. And from me to all of you, much love. Peace.